Alright, well, I'm sure y'all probably heard me tippy tapping away there. I think my microphone is working. And there we go. Okay, so what's in the box? What's in the box? Well, got something pretty special today, I think. Something I'm extremely nervous to work on. I've had this sitting for a couple of weeks now, waiting on some things, and quite honestly working up the nerve to go work on it. Alright. Purposely hidden the names so we can do a nice little reveal here. Now, I've always wanted one of these. I finally got one. Pretty decent deal on it. And huzzah, yes. We have an NEC Turbo Express. Sold to me. No video, no audio. I don't know if he said no power as well. However, there is power. If I turn it on up here, and you can't really see. Let's turn the light off, but maybe we do this. No. You could sort of see, like, the backlight comes on. That's it, no video. And much like all ancient consoles, the first thing you have to do with them, or at least the ancient handhelds, is you have to recap them. Now, the one thing I'm kind of upset about, and I didn't really, I saw it, but I didn't think it, and I'll think about it too late, as you can see that the battery cover is in fact broken. I do have a friend who has resin printed me a new cover. It is obviously not as nice as the factory, and I would have preferred to have the factory installed, but you know, it is what it is. Also, like all of the backlit color handhelds at the time, it requires 6 AA batteries or 9 volts to run. It is a behemoth, just like all of its brethren. Keep all the stuff in the case. Did come with a nice little mini plastic carrying case. Now, the reason that I am very nervous about this and working on it is they are quite uncommon to the point of being rare. This was much like its larger brother, the TurboGrafx 16, which is essentially exactly all this is. This is a portable TurboGrafx 16. Not too many American people owned one. In fact, I didn't even know this existed when I was a kid. So, you know, obviously I found out about it later on doing a lot of my, you know, retro research and just learning about video game history in general. I do see obvious signs of battery corrosion on the terminal. Not too bad, but definitely needs to get cleaned. Thankfully, they do look to be pretty common AA terminals, just held in by little plastic clips. So if I have to replace them, I can. Pretty easy with modern parts, so that's good. Other than that, I think we should just kind of just dive in. So it's kind of a pain in the ass to work on these things, from what I understand. Getting into them is not hard. However, the layout is quite cramped and not very fun to work on top of which they use surface mount capacitors, which surface mount electrolytic capacitors, which are kind of a pain in the ass to work with, especially given the space constraints. So, you know, I'm not looking forward to that. It's very, very, very possible the leakage also is going to require me to do trace repair, which again, I'm not really looking too forward to if I have to do. The reason that I'm so nervous about all this is because there's really not much in the way of replacements. And if I really F something up, I mean, I'm out a lot of money with no real easy way to replace it. So I've got to be very careful with everything I do. I also have plans to do a screen mod. And the screen mod is definitely going to happen. And I just definitely have to psych myself up to do it because unfortunately, this is big unfortunately, I have to do shell modification. And shell modifications are a little nerve-wracking, especially on something as rare as this. I am lucky in that they have a nice 3D printed template. There's tools available to me that will make the job easier. It is still, as anyone who's ever done it before, a giant pain in the ass because cutting plastic is not fun. And there's a high potential for permanent damage. So you just basically have to really take your time with it and hope to God you don't fuck up too bad. So there's that as well. Anyway, these things are pretty simple to get into. You can see that we had the 4 long case screws here. We just had 2 silver screws inside, and that should be all that's holding her together. Now when you pull her apart, there's a bunch of ribbons that you do have to be cognizant of. Okay, and the power button fell out. So this is the backlight power right there. There's a controller ribbon and the LCD ribbon. Now I think it's just all friction fit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so that is the separation of the controller and LCD from main board, as you can see in here. Oh crap! Why is this always wanting to record? Hopefully my microphone's still alive. It is. Oh, I probably hit the space bar. Oops. Threw those things down on my keyboard. Now, I went out and I originally bought the replacement SMD kit, and then I got a little nervous about it, and I went ahead and I also ordered, because I had another order to place with these guys anyway, so I ordered the leaded version, right? Or leaded, I should say. I think I'm going to try to stick with the surface mount because it's a cleaner install. So let's set this aside. I'm going to need to get to this board. There is a capacitor I'm going to have to replace right here. It doesn't look too bad right now, just visually. Everything else inside looks pretty clean, minimal dust. No major visible corrosion or liquid damage, which is amazing. They have the LCD comes out as a whole unit with the backlit and all that stuff, and it's just giant assembly, which is also really nice. I think it also does follow the early 90s compact fluorescent tube for the backlight. So let's just get this back in the case so I don't ruin anything on it, and we'll have to pull it out once I get the main board settled. Now the main board itself has some fun little removal stuff I have to do. So there's that. Let's put you in there. Let's do this. We're not gonna really trying to close that down. Oh, I don't want to lose. Thankfully, there are modern power switch replacements for some. I wonder if they're 3D printed, but they are available if you lose your power switch. So Okay, so now we have, this is the actual power to the main board. Can't tell if that's just glue or, yeah, it's just adhesive. And we gotta lift this little piece of fabric tape right here. I don't think anybody has been in this, which is a good sign. Makes me kind of happy. Gives me a little hope I can fix it. I'm hoping it's just capacitors. I'm hoping it's nothing like a, you know, blown processor or something like that, which I don't know what I'd do. I'd have to kind of look that up. Alright, so we've separated the battery. Now we've got to separate this 9-pin DIN jack, which I think is for TV out, or tuner in, it says. So this also had the lovely addition of a TV tuner, much like the Sega Game Gear. I think both of them never really functioned right. It promised TV, but never really delivered on the promise. So here's the screw right here. Now I'm keeping the main board and the case screw separate. These look to be even different sizes than the two that are in the battery cover, which is good, but just to make your life easier, keep things separate. I think that's actually the only screw in this. So let's see if we can't get this lifted out. Now that exposes the cartridge slot reader, which is held in by 3 large Phillips. And what I might do with these, actually it's not that important. So we're just going to unscrew these real quick just to get the assembly out. And there we go. Now we have a fully removed main board. Nope, don't want to lose that. Okay. So let's toss you, and you. The nice thing is this thing is actually looking pretty clean on the inside. There's some definite gamer gunk on the outside. The ribbon cable looks to be in good shape here. Not really seeing. I think I'm quite literally the first person to open this, so that makes me kind of happy. Okay, let's put you aside. That way, all the case bits are together. Rain juice going here. Okay, now the main board itself is pretty simple. The only crappy thing is they hard soldered the cartridge connector board to the main board via a ribbon cable down here. So I think they do make a modern replacement for this with even a brand new designed cartridge slot reader. So, oh yeah, okay. So let's get under the microscope and I'll show you what I'm seeing. Oh, I forgot. I guess I've got to figure out how this goes in later, but I lost the wrist strap. Okay, so let's get you under the microscope here. And, yeah, I've got to... Okay, sorry, I'm getting myself organized. That's why I keep my coffee in the left hand, because the microscope goes on the right. Anyhow, so what we're looking at right now, we'll start with this, because these are the hardest section of the board. And from what I could see, one of the most visibly damaged comparatively. Okay, so let's pull you all the way out. I was doing a lot of close-up work with FPC connectors the other day. Okay, now let's get some light in here. Alright, so actually that's not too good. Okay, so on this big boy, yeah, you can see I mean, that might be flux, but I think that is electro juice. Yeah, see now that guy right there is highly corroded. Same with that. So we're looking at some decent work here. Now let's go down to this side of the board. Same here, like you can see. Boy, I hope that's flux. If that's electro juice, it's pretty bad. I mean, we're going to give the board a really good scrub, but yeah, it's pretty beat up. Now, these two guys are held under some epoxy that I can cut away, but right here, under this portion of the epoxy, is a very sensitive component. So you have to like basically just chop like that. You just want to have enough to expose the pads, and then you could solder the new parts on. But we could see, yeah, see, like this is, oh, this is going to be a delicate operation, I feel. That one doesn't look too bad. Back to the audio circuit here. Now let's on the other side of that. There's more plastic, so I can't release hot air. So this is where I was considering doing the leaded capacitors, because I think it's going to be pretty difficult for me to get a soldering iron tip in there. Let's see, my thinnest one, well, I guess I've also got this guy too. I could potentially use this, but see, like, you can see the tolerance is like a millimeter maybe, because this is pure plastic. I could try getting some Kapton tape, which I might end up doing. Now there's that tip, and then I've got conicals, but I still think the conicals are going to give me the same issue. In fact, even yeah, see, I can't, because that would melt right there. That would melt, so that's no good. And then if I can find my favorite tip here, which is this guy. This is the thinnest tip that I've got. Now this one is the same. Like, I could probably make this one work, but it would be hairy. I mean, like, hairy getting that in there. Like, I really just feel if I go this route, I mean, if I install it this way with, there we go. So if I install it this way, if I remove this capacitor, because I can get that one, but then I'm stuck. Well, I can get that one pretty easy, right? Yeah, I can get that one from a couple different angles. Not really, though. I'd have to come in like this. That one side's fine. This side, I would have to literally come in like this. Basically go above, but I don't think it would be touching the plastic there. So I might end up just doing the leaded capacitors in this one, although I could probably just lift the microscope up, zoom it in a little bit. I might be able to do it like that. That would give me enough room on that one. And on this one, basically need to come in this way, but see, again, I'm touching plastic. See, this is where this job gets really crappy in here. This is why I kind of wanted to test solder, so to speak, because I don't know how I would get this guy. I would almost have to solder him first. Well, I'd solder him first. Solder this guy. This guy I could get. See, I'm still touching plastic though. My God, this is tight. It's like no matter what I do, I would really literally have to come in this way. That's it. So that would mean I would probably be better off soldering it like this. And then coming in like so. Well, I mean, first things first, we've just got to basically get these caps. Oh, I've got to get the RF shield off first, too. So, the RF shield is held in place by some solder points around the board, and that's not one of them. So, I'm just trying to figure out where they are. I think that's one right there. That's on the other side of the board that I needed. Yeah, it's probably this side. Yeah, that's it. Okay. And where is it not? What was it right? See? There's the tabs right there. Dual? No, there's no way. Okay, so no, I might have to take it off from this side. So yeah, we can see like right here, there's a big old solder blob. Okay. For this job, though, I think we are gonna stick with that tip. And we'll just use the manual sucker for now. Might switch to the vacuum pump, but we'll see how it goes. Now, the whole freaking time that I do this, unfortunately, I am going to be fighting this cartridge slot board. So keep that in mind. Okay, so we need to get you out of seizure mode here. And well, thankfully, these are just kind of like, you know, just basic mounting grounding points. So it's not a huge deal if pad gets slightly lifted or something, but we're going to do our best to avoid that. Okay, that's cleared. So let's come on down. Now we've got this fabric tape still in the way here. I'm trying to kind of keep intact because, I mean, it's just tape. All it's really doing is basically holding the power leads down together. But it's kind of nice to not to have all the original bits and bobs, so to speak. So let's just tape that out the way, like so. That gets me into there. So I think we're gonna just basically keep going. Now there's a couple points that are not easy to get to from what I understand. And I'm gonna have to basically do the whole heat up and push method. Now it's kind of wetting down like leaded solder, and it is pretty shiny like leaded solder, but there we go. That should possibly pull through. I might need to come through with a piece of wick on that one. Now, let's see here. I think this guy's covered in epoxy, but I don't think, no, there we go. This guy, here we go. So we're just going through, trying to grab through all of these guys. Let's pull you, come down across, boom. Okay. Most of that came out okay. But we did kind of manage to group up the remaining in one spot, so we should just be able to come in and suck that right away. I love this. This thing is awesome. How awesome is the fact that a $20 manual solder pump is better than the $100, $130 vacuum pump I've got, which just has done nothing but disappoint me. Okay, so let's keep going. Test point. Anything on this side? I'm not sure. I think that's all of the visible ones. Okay, that one popped out. This guy is not popping out. What about this guy? He's out. This guy? Not out. This guy? Not out. Okay, so let's see here. This guy, right? No? That's not a solder point. Is that one? Or is that a through hole? I legitimately can't tell. I think that's a test point. What is that? See this? It's a transistor on the other side, right? Yeah. What the heck? Alright. What the heck? Okay, so there's no post there. But this guy in the middle. I think he's underneath this. Okay, so this is going to be the first test of my patience here. Yeah, let's grab my Pokey Jammy. Very, very carefully slide it underneath. Now, the crappy thing is that you can see it right there. Inside, and I'm gonna have to figure out a way. I wonder if I can just temporarily bend that up a little bit. Now, actually, before I do any of this, I want to make sure, looking in there, we can see focus on this, please. Or can you not? Alright, I think that is all I'm going to need do. So there is nothing getting in my way. I'm trying to be as gentle as I can with this. So now if I come in here, huzzah. So that did that one right there. That was a little nerve-wracking. Might need to come in and just do a, no, did it pop out? I might have to do the, yeah. So we got it out enough. Now I can kind of get my soldering iron on this leg itself and just heat it up, and that should not take care of the rest. Huh. Might have to come back to that one. Can't tell if I got him out or not. I don't think I did, unfortunately. Doesn't look like it. Can we try one more time? And this time we're gonna do our best to let's try and then maybe I wanna clean that tip off too. Perfect. That popped them through. Okay. Now it should. Ah, crap. Did I not? No, we're good there. Okay. Alright, so the hunt continues. Where is this last guy being held on by? I think we've got... That's pulled out. That's still... No, that's still... Nope, that did pull out. Okay. And... Where's my last tab here? Is it under this epoxy? Can't tell if that's got a leg on it or not. Again, I've got to be really careful around this area. It's a pretty sensitive component. There's a reason this epoxy's there. So that's just directly. I legitimately can't tell, but I don't think it would be sharing that hole. Oh, wait. I think I see one spot I missed. Right. It's right here. Yeah. I think that was another spot where he was saying I just kind of had to heat up and push out. And I might need a different tip, but I think this will work. Okay, that did not work. Again, I want to be trying to be very, very careful about this. That does make me wonder if I could do it from this side. I might be able to basically heat up from here. Pull up. Alright, the thing's got to get out of frickin' seizure mode or I'm going to go crazy. So now I just kind of want to... Oh, no. Don't want to do that. Plastic. No. Not happy. There's a slight chance I might be able to get the solder sucker in there. Okay. I think I could try some braid too. Oh, no wonder this shit's not working. I'm an idiot. I swore I didn't see the... Uh-oh. Yeah, something has gone a little funky in this handle. Okay, well that makes complete sense. But we're still going to try... No, we're not. I don't want to shake off the nearby capacitors, so I'm going to just do this. And we're going to try the old brute force method here. Shit. Well, that popped right on out. Sometimes brute force is the way to go. And that just leaves me with this point over here. This guy is still not happy? Really? Yeah, he soldered back in for sure. So we're gonna try and just do it from the top here. It's kind of hard for me to get this in frame here, but let's see if maybe a little light will help. Oh wait, no, he's popped out. That's fine. No love there needed. So it's just this one corner, and I think that is literally underneath the shield of... I don't even know how I'm going to be able to get in there. Let's see here. I might be able to just very carefully, trying to watch all the frickin' plastic everywhere. I'm trying not to bend this shield. I might just have to cut the epoxy, but... So I think, if I'm looking at this right, it's right there. And I don't think I can get my damn tip in there. Maybe if I had a... Yeah, I can't. do you even get that out? I'm wondering if it could just be as simple as heating up the metal here. Problem is, it's going to have to absorb a lot of heat, which, yeah, it's not the brightest plan in the planet. I could just hot air this one, I think. God, and you see, what a pain in the butt. What a pain in the butt. I mean, I could just cut away. I think that I can cut away that epoxy and be fine, and I might be able to get my soldering iron in there. I just really hoping not to have to do this. Trying to just be very, very gentle here, leaving as much epoxy on the board as I can. Sorry, that was completely out of frame. So kind of like scored it right here. I'm just trying to see if I can just kind of expose this leg a little bit. I don't know, I can't remember if it's like a crystal or something that's underneath there. By the way, this epoxy sucks, dude. I freaking hate seeing this on boards, but I'm guessing they had no other choice, or this is the best way to do it. I don't know. Okay, I can see the leg now, I think. So I kind of want to scrape away a little bit more of that epoxy. Just trying to make sure there's no, like, that looks to be a ground plane. Turn this light off real fast. Okay. Yeah, seizure mode. I'm trying to be very, very gently in here, scraping this stuff away. Of course, we'll give it a good dust off when I get this damn shield off, but I think if I'm lucky, that should be all I need to do. Now, I'm probably going to end up melting some of this damn epoxy, is my guess. Come on. So, let's see if we can't do this. Huzzah. That, folks, sucked. That tab's a little bent. In fact, if there's going to be one that I don't resolder, it's going to be that one. I am going to have to make sure to clean out all the through holes now that I have easy access to them. Okay, so that leaves us looking like this. So we have the metal shield off, which is right here. And I just literally hate that thing. Okay, so let's cap this up so I don't stab myself and need to go to the hospital in the middle of the stream. Okay. Okay, so we have a literal giant mess on the board. Yeah, all these capacitors are long since failed. Very cool. I guess they're like all sorts of coprocessors. I don't know. Okay, so I'm just kind of taking it all in while I can because we're about to start fucking shit up here, huh? So there is things that we gotta, be cognizant of, like down here. There's a mounting hole, I think. Yeah, you can see where I was scraping with the tool, so we'll have to come back through and just find all those spots. And here's the one that I was just getting at. There's even no. Oh, it might be just gone. Did I lift it with the shield? I don't think so. Did I? The shitty thing is that no, I don't remember. I'll have to look. I think it goes just like this, though. Yeah, it sure does. Okay, so did I lift the pad? I don't see one on this. Do you? No, there's no pad on that. So they just must not have a via up top. I guess they really weren't expecting or wanting solder to flow through to that. Because that is definitely not... does not have anything I could solder to. I'm not too concerned. I don't even know if I really need to replace the shielding. I might. Maybe I don't. I'm probably, well, I don't know. Let's say that. Let's see, look, is that solder right there? Could be from the other side of the board, though. They might not have exposed that just to, well, they're both ground, so what? That doesn't make any sense either. So either there's no pad there, or what? But yeah, there's no pad there. Anyway, now we have the whole shitty process of clipping off and repairing all this damage. So what I was told to do was to clip the capacitor off parallel to the pads and then just slowly remove bits and pieces as we go. So we'll just do just that. Okay. Just this whole process makes me nervous because I'm worried about actually lifting pads and shit doing it this way. But I think could try clipping this again too. Might not have clipped close enough. There we go. Okay. And just go ahead and trim these leads down even further, and then this plastic should kind of just either break free or deform off. As long as we get that flush, like so. should just be able to. Let's see, let's grab a plastic spudger here. The other thing I could do is just kind of melt this off as well. I'm using plastic here so I don't mark up the board. The other thing you can do with these is it's just plastic, so a little bit of, yeah, I don't want to do that either. The reason I don't want to do this, I don't want to cut into the board, so there we go. They should just kind of break off like that just did. Then you can just pull the other side off. And so now we're left with all this goo. So let's go ahead and just pull this leg off. We're gonna, this is gonna be a very long process because like I said, I'm really trying to move as slowly as I can here. So we're gonna, oh boy, that stinks. She's like fused on there. And in case y'all don't remember, burning electrolytic fluid smells like dead fish. It is horrible. That's exactly what I didn't want to do. Alright, so we might need to actually clean before we desolder these, because the fluid is so gunked up that I don't think it's doing me any favors here. So let's just go ahead and make that part of our process. We'll clean, then remove, then clean again. Basically what we're going to do is I'm going to pull the legs off, I'm going to put fresh solder on the pad, then wick the solder from the pad, and that should hopefully suck up anything that's kind of remaining on the board, so to speak. Because you don't want to leave this fluid on the board. Whatever you do, make sure you get all of this electrolytic fluid off. It is corrosive. It will eventually just eat through everything, and you will have a much bigger problem on your hands than if you just clean it off first. Perfect. So now, come back in. Just add in some fresh. Add in some fresh. You could do whatever you want. I like using braid. It is just, I don't like using that braid because it's rosin's gross on it. You can use a solder sucker if you want. I prefer not, just because it's a violent action and there's lots of passes in the area. So there's a pretty high potential for you blowing off a passive. So we are actually going to a little cap full of alcohol here. Okay. That will. Let me just clean. I might need to break out the toothbrush or some of this, but let's see what we got here. One down and like 20 to go. Okay. Looking good. Well, that one came off pretty easy, maybe. All right, let's grab these two. So these guys are kind of this way. So again, you want to cut with the pad, parallel with the pads here. I'm gonna get a little bit closer on this one. Again, same problem. This guy's just surrounded a little bit by some of these resistors and shit, so it's harder for me to get closer to the base. I'm not a very big fan of this method. This is what he suggested, but quite honest, I'm not a huge fan of it. I have some thicker tweezers that might. There we go. I think it's just kind of like a little awkward. Alright, so I got that kind of where I want it. Now I'm going to just do the same thing, just kind of come in here and, you know, might get lucky on this one. It looks like it's a little loose. Nope. Thicker tweezers here, right? Now that is one thing I did put on Amazon order today. One more set of tweezers because surprisingly all of mine decided they wanted to die this weekend. Of course I caused the death of at least one pair on purpose because it was already dead, but oof, God. This is just bad, guys. Like, that is a ton of juice. I mean, like, I don't know if that's from me or that just came out, but holy crap, that is bad. Well, I definitely see why nothing on this thing is working besides the backlight circuit. Because these things are toast Areno. They're not happy campers right now. Oh, I hope I did not damage anything there, but I don't think I did. Okay, it is kind of fight me a little bit. Let's see if I can just maybe convince it some. Wants to come off. It's completely loose, but here we go. Okay, so that's 2 down. So now we're going to clean this area. Trying to work with as little surface area as possible so I can focus and make sure I get everything nice and scrubbed. This stuff is fucking bad. Oof. I'm just kind of going over. Definitely don't want to have any leak under those giant ICs, whether they're CPUs, PPUs, or whatever. I don't know which one does, but alright, that's looking pretty clean. So I should just be able to come in here and give him a little poke. Came off beautifully. This guy, are you gonna be as nice? I don't really have as much to work with on this one. But not bad, not bad. Makes me wonder if this is leaded or unleaded solder. I really don't know. I mean, to me, I think these were produced in the early 90s, so I'm pretty sure it's going to have to be unleaded solder, but, you know, it wouldn't be the first time that Chinese manufacturers said one thing and did another. I'll get a grip on that guy. Perfect. Okay. So now the old flood and drain, pretty much. You know, I'm gonna even drop. Drop my temps down to 360 here. Maybe that'll help flow this solder a little bit better without me having to flood the board with flux. Okay. Oof, yeah, you can smell that burning off. Smells like death. Anybody who's ever modded Game Gears before knows the smell, because it is all too unfamiliar. Let's clean out that tip some. Come in here. Go with the pads. That should clean up quite well. Need a little bit of extra love on that one. Then just toothbrush scrub again and move on to the next caps. So yeah, it is a very long and tedious process. I'm sure if you're way more confident in your skills than I am, then you could probably do it a little bit faster. But considering that this was a $400 purchase broken after tax shipping and all that shit, it was like, I think I paid like $300. Came with the case, 2 games. So it was a pretty decent deal in my opinion for something I thought that I'd be able to fix. So I guess we'll do... Where are we working? I guess we'll just keep going this way. I'm hoping I have all these capacitors, because if I don't... Okay, so these two are definitely corroded and crap. So you can see, I can't tell if that's flux or... It's gotta be flux. It's gotta be flux. I mean, I'll clean everything up as best I can, but... Alright, so we're going to actually do it this way. And that way I can... Okay. Got him. And this guy. Trying very, very hard to go as slowly as I can. And keep the pointy tips off the PCB. Do yourself a favor with that. Alright. Anything sharp, you don't want it to grate it against your PCB because you'll tear up the solder mask. A lot of this you can do with your bare eye. But the microscope really does kind of help. kind of doing a mixture of both, to be quite honest. This guy is a little... Tiny ones are kind of a pain. Pads are still there. That's a great sign. Okay. Alright, so it does look like the pads are still there. These are some really heavily damaged areas, so that's kind of good to see. And surrounding is getting a good scrub. I mean, you can still see on this leg right here in particular, this stuff was caked on. So I think that's probably as good as I'm going to get that for now. Keep going here. Just keep going. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Oh, nope, did not pull that off. You can still see the little point there. This guy's tiny. A little bit hard to get off. There we go. Smaller pads are a lot easier to deal with. Just might end up just doing the heat and push route here. Where were we? Shit, I just lost where I was. C74. Right there. So come over from this side. Just do this. Come over this way. There we go. Okay, cool. Okay, and then we're just gonna move down to the right here to 505. I call him CC 505. Okay, so this guy should just be able to do the same thing. Just making sure I'm not. Okay. Might have to raise my iron temp. I dropped my iron temp down to 360. And this fluid is really locked on there. Okay. I hope that is just crap. I think it is. And don't be afraid to flop your board around if you feel more comfortable on one side than another. You just do your best to be as this. Oh God, actually no. Let's take a look at this pad. That's pretty gross looking. I'm a little worried, but we might be okay. It might just be some charred rosin or something. I think that solder just completely still stuck to it, which generally means there's still a pad underneath. Yeah, it's just there's no flux, so it peaked up. Okay, so I guess we'll once again just do the old flood and drain. Yeah, see that looks a lot better. Of course, it's all going to get sucked off, but I don't know. It's kind of a, you know, it is a it is a lot of work, but this is such a zen process for me. I just zone out on this type of work. It might be boring. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I gotta clean that up, huh? Got kind of a bridge going on in there. So that's something to pay attention to in those resistor arrays. Now the thing is, if they're all really going to the same spot, but we'll clean it up. We'll just use a little bit of, just dab a little flux there and tap-taparoo it. Coat that in some flux, and that should kind of let me just kind of just come in here real gentle way. Make a left hand in this and just kind of just tap it. There we go. Yeah, I think they're all going to the same spot, but other side definitely isn't. That left side definitely looks like it's all kind of going in the same place. Now, I did still have some solder here to take care of. Come on. This old daughter board thing is kind of a pain in the butt, won't lie. Let's just get rid of this. Once again, I'm kind of bit in the butt by needing some thicker solder braid here. And this stuff just clogs up too easy with this much solder to suck up. And of course, I could just be using my solder pump. I am honestly just trying to make sure that I've got all the... Oh, shit. Oh, that was not good. Thank God I didn't pull too hard. Cool. I just want to make sure I don't have any residual electro fluid on there, because yeah, I would much rather this thing last a good another 40 years before I needed to do this again. Let's give her a clean, take a look at our work. Okay, look at that. Bridge on those resistors is gone. Pads are nice and shiny. Crap right there that could still kind of squeegee out the board. I might have just maybe just scrape a little bit with some plastic. I don't know if that's just burnt rosin or if it's fluid, but that looks great. A little bit of spillage right there, but that's not a huge deal, I don't think. Oh, actually it is a huge deal. I don't want that floating around. That's why I double check my pads, because you don't want those little solder flakes to be sitting on your board, because the moment one of those breaks off, it's conductive, so Lord knows what it will do to your system, you know? Alright, so let's get the one straight in the middle of the board. Oh, that's a lot of work. it makes me cringe so hard to do this. This is really not the way to remove these types of capacitors, in my opinion, but the other method was twisting them, and to me, twisting them is an even worse choice because if the pads are somewhat weak from the fluid, you'll twist the pads right off, and so that's why I decided to go with the cut route, because you still have the same potential to damage the pad, but I think it's a lot less risky. You saw how gunked up that was. It was pretty bad. Now my cat is hanging out on my shoulder. She's just been desperate for attention lately. Alright, so now I think we're kind of going to be good enough here to... I'm going to desolder with my cat on my shoulder. I wish y'all could see this. She's just hanging out. I don't even know if y'all can hear her or not. Might bump the iron temp up some. Yeah, let's maybe bring you up to the 375 here. It's not too effective at 360. The board's absorbing too much heat. Cat, no, you don't even know what I've got in my hand right now. You've got to go. I know, that's cute, but you were about to jump onto a 700-degree soldering iron. And last thing I need to do is go take you to a vet and explain that shit. I know, honey, I know. She just wants me to go hang out on the couch with her, which I kind of want to do right now too, because I am hopelessly addicted to Zelda. I finally started playing it this week, and it is pretty brilliant in my opinion. Wow, that guy is legitimately sucked on, so let us, we're going to do it the proper way here now. As many of you who've been following my channel might know, I got a tube of this Amtech from Louis Rossmann, and every morning it just drips out the tip. It's so fucking annoying. But I'm trying to use the stuff that dripped out so it's not going to waste, because, well, I paid money for it, so. Okay, so we're going to go and we're going to add some fresh solder then, because it does not want to loosen up. And that's the best thing you can honestly do. Woo, boy, that stinks. Now, my dumbass just lost. Hopefully that's, though, it's stuck on the tip. Okay. Yeah, there was some trapped fluid underneath there or something, because, ugh. Oh, it stinks so bad. Stinks so bad. All right. I gotta focus here. All right, so let's clean. Yeah, I mean, you could see, I think that's what this stuff is just, oh, that's just burnt electrolytic right there. Try not to be too harsh with this metal tip, but yeah, it's pretty gross. Smells lovely. Y'all should try it. Y'all should try it. I'm telling you. Do yourself a favor and let electrolytic capacitor on fire and report back. See what happens, dude. Do you enjoy the smell? Okay. Nice. Actually, you know what? We're going to do that one more time, just in case. Do that. Do that. Alrighty. I feel good about that. So once again, another scrub. Kind of probably a little bit more anal about this than I should be, but I don't know. Again, it's a freaking ultra rare device. I say ultra rare. It's a very uncommon device. So you're best to take your time. Okay, now I gotta move into some of the more difficult ones, I guess. Well, we got this guy down by this shielding here, which not sure what this is for. Heavily shielded. It's probably power related. Probably like some sort of transformer. Excuse me, or something. Okay, so we got this little guy to contend with. And I think I'm going to be able to get, yeah, just barely, but I can. Okay. Okay. Now, you're right there. You're right there. Okay. Well, that did not do what I wanted to do, but oh, we're okay. I thought I pulled the legs up with it, but it did not. Yeah, everything, every capacitor on this board, I think, besides maybe one, has exploded. Man, this goes to show you. You know, when I originally started doing this, people always used to say that, oh, the Game Gears are so bad because apparently, like, Sega stole the formula for the capacitor from a competitor, but either they got a wrong revision or they got something in the formula wrong, and that's what caused them to leak. But judging from like literally all of these ancient systems and just how the capacitors work in general, I don't know how much weight I would put into that. I think they're just, honestly, they're just 35, 40-year-old capacitors just showing their age, you know, like they do have I did pull the legs up with that, didn't I sure did. Well, thankfully that was not too bad, because this would really suck to do some trace repair in. I don't think I would be too happy to have to work in that area. Alright. Shout out to my friend Betamax, who literally got a Steam Deck the other day. Legitimately took it right out of the box, put it onto his workbench, and did a shell swap. Did not pay attention to where he put his IPA, or did not realize that using IPA around LCD screens is a bad move. And yeah, he destroyed his LCD. Well, he discolored his LCD, and now he's got a new one on the way. And he also broke the new shell he was putting into. And I mean, like I told him, I give you props, man. I give you props for a lot of respect for just YOLO swagging it, so to speak, and doing probably one of the most difficult mods you could do to any handheld device, which is remove and reattach the LCD, because they're really not meant to do that. And unfortunately, for him, he learned the hard way why it's a hard job. Okay, so let's start with the one on the edge of the board here. But I feel for him, because I've been there. I told him my story of just recently. I bought a Switch off of a local guy, and I spent like good 3 hours. Okay, this one's pretty gross, so I'm hoping we're okay here, but be real gentle with this guy. Anyway, we spent 3 hours. Uh-oh. Come on. 3 hours diagnosing, and I actually figured out what was broken on it, and I got it fixed and working, actually booting. And then my dumbass put the bare board down on my silicon mat that had solder flakes everywhere. And yeah, wouldn't you know, it shorted the board. I literally plugged it in to test the fix and heard a very, very loud sizzle and pop, and the board is dead. Well, it's dead. I'm just gonna say it's dead. Like I'm sure if I spent 30 fucking hours tracking down every single component that fried along what I'm guessing is a 3.3 volt line went on me. I took out the audio chip. Okay, well, thankfully the pads do seem to be there still, so we got that going for us there. Now we got to do the fun part, which is getting rid of all this epoxy, which I think he cut these while it was still attached, but I think I'm going to try to get some of this off first. Oh, man. Well, we're getting closer, just bit by bit, you know? Just bit by bit. This is the quote-unquote easy part, too. Getting them off is generally not as problematic as getting them back on. So I'm basically just kind of slicing along the square here just to try and leave as much on the board as I can. Now, hopefully, and also try to break it free from the PCB so that when I clip this capacitor, it should not be stuck. Okay, so we've got the pads going this way, right? This guy's a pretty big chonker, so you can actually see all the guts still pouring out. Okay. Oof, God, it stinks, man. So when it comes to these guys, definitely make sure that you've cleaned the area very well. Now this epoxy is honestly causing me a fucking headache here, so let's see if I can't free it from the epoxy. God, it stinks. It stinks even without burning it. Oh my lord. Ah, that stuff smells. Alright, so you can see down here, it should be nice and free. Ugh. Oh man, this is the one time in my life where I wish I had an actual fume extractor. Shit, I hope to God I just did not pull that up off the pad, up off the board. I don't think I did. These are the ones that I was kind of the most worried about removing. Thankfully, we're okay. So I guess I still have to chop up. Yeah, you can see, like, it's like they almost, this was wet when they soldered that. I don't really do this type of stuff in modern manufacturing, but it's still a thing. And it doesn't make it any less annoying, that's for damn sure. But we're just kind of trying to expose the pad here and just leave. You can see this square. You can see this is the device that you want to leave covered in epoxy. So you don't have too much room to work with, honestly, but it's enough. It is enough. And this stuff is kind of brittle. Alright, so there's one. Now we're going to do the same for this guy. I think the pads on him are going the other way. Now, double checking that, but yeah, there it is right there. You can see the pad right there. Now this, just like I said, just trying to break it free a little bit. This one's gonna be a pain in the butt, huh? So I legitimately can't even. You can see, like, I can't get my scissor blade in here. This one might have to be a twist. Now, you don't want to do that movement because that's the bad movement. I don't want to go. Okay, don't want to do that. The stupid daughter board is just really not making my life easy right now. I know I'm kind of shearing in a not so proper direction, but I'm getting in there now at least. Okay. Now I have a little bit more room to work with here. Just drop my X-Acto onto my lap. Never fun. So I'm basically just trying to get that last little bit. I think I've got it kind of separated. I'm using the dull spot on my knife so I can leave the other epoxy alone as much as I possibly can. If I can clean some of this crap out, just might be able to get a better purchase on this thing. Okay, so we got all this crap. I'm gonna come in here obviously with a toothbrush, but speaking of toothbrushes, I need to get a new one for the bench. Probably a new one for my teeth too. Pop. Okay, there's the bulk of it off. And I can just kind of work away. Grab the last little bit there. And you can see either of these are just full of juice or... Alright, so... Now mine. Oof, God, that stinks. So I'm gonna, you can see all the white crap. I'm gonna have to try to clean that up right now. As best I can. So I don't have all this contaminant on my work mat. I mean, it's non-conductive, but still don't want this to really get all over the board. Okay, and there's all this plastic debris. Sorry, this is kind of boring, but try to keep my workspace as clean as I can. Okay. So now, okay, real quick. Get my phone. Okay, let's get back to this. So, we have all this right here. We've got to clean this up just a little bit. Just want to get this. So we did pretty good here to pretty precise for the most part. This stuff is just stuck to the shielding. But yeah, you can see the guts did their job of leaking out pretty good here. These are definitely power related, just looking at the size of them and the location. Probably have bits of epoxy flake off. Says, oh shit, as I do this. Yeah, see, like I can't even really get to that rear of that pad right there, so. Okay, so now, again, epoxy is such a nightmare. Just gotta pull it off the pads. I don't wanna, really don't wanna melt any of that. This is all kind of just sort of hanging out. That's PCB mask, so now should maybe be able to kind of wipe some of this away. Okay. Soldering iron is trying to go to sleep, but nope, you still have work to do. Okay, so let's see here. We're gonna start by grabbing this guy. I might have to come in here and do the same thing and solder the pads, but nope, that guy swept off pretty quick. Woo! Oh, God. Ugh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy crap. Oh, I think I took that one off. That one came with it. Oh, God, I'm so happy this is a one-time thing. Oh, my God, that stinks so bad. All right, so let's see if I can just maybe not even bother here and just kind of... Of course, you're the one that wants to be a pain, huh? There we go. Holy God, that's bad. This is way worse than the Game Gears. Way worse, but you could see like just how that little tiny bit of fluid back there is just not... Can't really... I might have to use an acid... Oh, okay, that worked. Okay, good. Alright, good. Good. Now... It's just residual alcohol boiling, because I don't feel like drying a board off because there's no point. Oh, did I knock the... I guess I did not fully get the leg off there. I thought I did. Well, I did now. Oof, there was still some... Ooh, come on. Wipe off. Still some residual fluid because that stunk. Alright, there we go. Okay, so now we get to clean-a-roo. And once again, I'm going to clean with the pads, not across them. The reason you do that is because you're less likely to lift it if you do it with the pads. So, see now that is clogged up. Still feel like there's some residual crap going on here. Okay. Now, we're going to do the top one first because you're the pain in the butt. So just gradually get the bottom one. Okay, I'll just go ahead and just trim. I swear my fingers are so desensitized to heat now because of how I use solder braid. Probably could use a little bit of flux here, but I think that's good enough. I'm going to be soldering that first point anyway on that first one. Oof. A little toasty. Fingers are a little toasty right now. Okay, so 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 5, 6 left. Oh, 7, and then the one on the controller board, which 2 of those are going to be through holes, so I'm not really concerned about it. Now this one right here, another slight pain. I think this is the only one that didn't leak on this board, and I don't even know. Probably some sort of bypass capacitor at 4.7 microfarad, I'm guessing. Look at that, you can see the... So, this was region locked, but apparently the region free mod is very easy to do. See, that one just popped right off. So easy. Okay. The only one that didn't look fucked up is the one that comes off and not without any effort. But you would think that the rotten ones would be more prone to... See, that's a good example right here. So if you're not careful, this little piece of metal right here will literally destroy your entire system. And I'm not exaggerating. Okay, so let's go ahead and... I didn't see too much fluid leak, so I'm not going to bother cleaning first here. We'll still clean, but yeah, you can see like... Okay, I just pinged off into Narnia, and I think at this point, just do that. Okay. So we'll flood and drain these. And then, once I wick them away, I'll give them a good scrub, and that should just really, yes. Because I didn't even smell, I literally didn't even smell any, little bit, tiny bit, but not much. I wonder if I should be using some flux now. I lowered the temperature of my iron, so it's... not really. Let's try. What do I do with those? Okay. So basically, I'll come in here and just get a big old goop of flux. And okay, let's just try that. There's a little bit of flux. See if that helps a little bit here. Use a fresher piece of the braid too. But you can see, yeah, see like how that transfers to the braid so much nicer. Flux really just makes your life easy. So if, you know, and I say this a lot, but, you know, if you're ever struggling with any type of soldering, just use flux. Just use more flux. It's cheap-ish. I mean, it does feel like it's expensive, but it does last you a good long while. And honestly, flux just makes your joints better, makes things flow easier. Obviously makes, you know, wicking and removal a lot easier. So, you got that. I actually just need a little bit more of a scrub, but looking good there. Looking good there. I mean, nice clean pads. So now we move on to the trickiest part of the board, and that is the audio section, and this is the spot that everybody hates because everything in here is jammed right up against each other. So we're just going to start from the outside moving in. Thankfully we've got some room to maneuver, and these are tinier caps, so it should clip off a little easier. Okay, we got that one. And we'll just move into this guy. You can see, taking my time with this one. That pad and the surrounding area of the pad is looking a little rough. Yeah, you can see, so these are pretty bad. This is definitely why I was not getting any audio. You can see that, like, how brown, and I was a little concerned that it was actually kind of greenish. Green is like true corrosion. Oh fuck. Alright, well, hopefully that just pinged off the board. Okay. Grab this guy. Drop it. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty gross. Pretty gross. So let's flip the board again. I think I'm gonna work from the bottom up. Don't think it really matters. Let's do the top. Not too concerned about that because it's gigantic. So okay. Oh no, that is not a good sign. That is a rip trace. Oh, thankfully it's the ground though. Whew. Thankfully that's ground. That was exactly what, yep, 100%. That one came right up. Shit. Yep, you could see the pad right there. But thankfully, that does appear to be ground, because positive's on this side. Now, there's the trace that it was leading from. That should just be, this should just be a ground right here. I mean, if anything, I could run a jumper from this ground right there to the other one. Damn, I knew it. I knew I was not going to get away with them all. Knew it. That's okay. That one actually ripped. And because, you know, I could actually also just use a radial capacitor or leaded capacitor, whatever you want to call it. And basically solder that to wherever. Okay, well, you know, in all honesty, if that's the only one that I have to do a trace repair on, judging from how rough things are looking, I'd say that's a win. This one's going to be a bitch. Just mainly because it's location to the plastic there. So I'm going to dual fist this one. I'm also pressing down on the top of it. kind of... Oh, no. May have ripped that trace too, but we'll find out. I mean, this area is the worst on the board, so it's honestly not surprising. It wouldn't be surprising to see all these pads basically barely hanging on for dear life, but no, I think we might be okay. I don't think so though. I think that positive lead is definitely toast. I literally can't finish the job here though. And I'm coming in horizontal, which I know you're not supposed to do, but I had no choice. Alright folks, what's the verdict? You think I ripped that positive trace? Let's see and find out. It looks like it's still attached to the board to me. I think I just kind of loosened the plastic up. I think we are good. So far, out of everything I've chopped, I ruined one ground pad, which honestly is a pretty big win. Pretty big win there. Okay, so now this whole area is going to get the biggest scrub ever. Whew, you just smell that coming off. Yeah, so this is the rip pad. There's the trace right there. It should just be a ground pad. And if that's the case, I can just basically run a wire from here to here, or I could do a radio lead. Both these can share the same ground pad, it don't matter. And I might do radials up here anyway. Alright, so let's do the initial clean here. Just see what we're working with. Make sure I didn't ruin anything else besides that one inconsequential pad. I figure it's just the one that's right next to the goddamn plastic. But if I have to do 2 radio capacitors up there, and I can do the rest SMDs, I'll be okay with that. Yeah, just the one. Just the one pad. And I think that might even be copper. Let me just see here. Kind of curious. Alright, so we're in continuity mode, and basically, so like, here's a minus pad, here is another minus pad, so they're all on the same circuit, right? So theoretically, this guy right here, yep. So there's the rip trace that we've got. I mean, I could actually still use that. See, that's quite literally just exposed trace. I think I'm probably going to be better off not using that, in my honest opinion. I'm going to most likely just probably use a surrounding pad. I'm probably going to grab this guy. Again, this guy right here. I think I'm just going to go ahead and grab him and use that. Not bad, not bad, not bad. And I honestly can't tell you if that was because of something I did, which I'll always accept the blame. for the most part. It could have very easily just been straight, just straight corroded. Alright, let's grab these guys. Whew. Once again, I just see this. Anytime I see just a little tiny patch of solder on the PCB mask, I want to grab it because I'll forget about it. Like this up here, I don't know. Yeah, see that just flaked right off. Of course, that probably would have sucked up when I cleaned up the pads, but. And we're getting lovely smells from all of this. Okay. Coming up quite easily though. I'll give them that. I'll take that. It stinks, but they are removing. And this guy had a little bit of hair on there somehow. Surprising it didn't just burn. 2 left. Now. Okay. I think that did not really. Yep. This guy is covered. Ooh, that feels a little odd, but we are going to just flux them up and add some fresh, just to make this a little bit easier. Okay. Well, it does look like some of that pad is gone, which is not really a good sign. Let's see here. Again, though, thankfully. Nah, we're fine. Just the normal bit of goo on there. So now's the fun part. Now we gotta just flood and drain everything. The reason that we're doing this is we're mixing all the crappy solder up, and just in case it's got any fluid trapped into it, hopefully it should mix up in the fresh stuff, and then when I suck it off the board, it should come with it. You can see like down here, like this pad is not really soldering. There we go. Wasn't pillowing up right. Obviously we can't get that top pad because there's no pad. No big deal. You can see that just a little bit of solder escaped inside there. Oh, is that a trace or is that? Uh-oh. No. Okay, so we just massively bridged some stuff here. Now, I don't know what the heck that is, though. I mean, we could fix all that, but it's just... What is that? It's just a... Is it just solder? Once again, let's come in with some flux. This whole area is just kind of dry solder. And we're just going to kind of Make sure my tip is nice and clean here. Just tap, tap-a-roo. That crystal's kind of getting in the way. Oh, I guess that's a test point right there, huh? We should still be good. Now this guy, okay. Yeah, I just guess it must have been crappy solder, but we're okay. No more bridges. Alright, let's get this cleaned up. Let's get this cleaned up. So I started playing the, well, I guess we started last week, but we continued our playthrough of The Forest, or Sons of the Forest, which is the sequel of The Forest. And it is quite good. We've been enjoying it quite thoroughly. You know, I think just to make this a little bit easier, and because there's so much fluid in this area, we're just going to go ahead and everything's going to get a little dab of flux. Just because. And that way, I think that's it, right? Yeah. Cool. That way, my life is a little bit easier. Okay, let's just you can see how quickly this braid just clogs up. Now I could theoretically be using a solder sucker as well, but the reason I don't like using solder suckers, which I think I touched on this before, is they're violent. They really are. They're very violent, and if you have sensitive components nearby, the chances of you sucking it or blowing the components off is pretty high. I've done it a lot. That's why I don't do it anymore, because I got sick of dealing with it. And braid is just as, if not more effective, in my opinion. Potentially slightly slower, but, you know, slow is smooth and smooth is fast, right? Okay, now, let's do the same thing with this guy. Alright. Okay, well, getting a little warm here. And I just ruined that pad. Fuck. See? Look at that. Well, I spoke too soon, guys. There's two. Thankfully, that guy's still kind of attached. Yeah, that's where he's supposed to be. I guess I moved a little too quick there, huh? Well. F my effing life. Not bad, though. Guess I should have slowed down on that. I don't know what the heck happened there, though. That's so weird. I wasn't really even, like, using excessive force or anything. It just kind of just went. Maybe I just hit it wrong. Yeah, the whole pad is just like folded up right there. You can see it. But the good thing is that if I use a leaded capacitor, I should just be able to solder right to. I mean, that's solid on the board. It ain't moving anywhere. Alright, let's clean up and take a look at what we're working with. Not bad, not bad. I mean, not ideal, but I just don't know what happened with that last one. Again, with everything being so flooded with electrolytic fluid, is really no telling how much got eaten away and how much is just me being a dumbass. But saving grace to all of this is at least all of the damage did happen on the ground side of things. So the good thing about that is ground is everywhere on these boards. So theoretically, really, that's the kind of side that you do want to destroy. Alright, so that guy is obviously not happy and most likely soldered to itself is what I'm guessing. Yeah, so I'm just going to leave that be. I could... I'm just going to leave that be. If I do a radial... If I do this whole section with radials, then... Try now this one. CC702, so this is another one. And he's a through hole. So that does make your life a little bit easier. And we'll just go ahead and get him pulled out. Might just flood that with some fresh solder. This is not coming up as easy as I wanted it to. That one was better. It's still not good, so I'll just go ahead and fresh leaded. And the other thing I could do, because this is a leaded capacitor, I could just go ahead and grab you, and I should, maybe, if I'm lucky, be able to drop you right out. Or not. We're gonna do this the very manual way here. Alright, you know what? In order to not destroy a very important board, we're just going to keep on keeping on here. And I keep doing what I don't want to be doing, which is putting solder bits onto the mat. Not cool. Alright, let's try this again here, huh? Perfect. That one came out good. Slight little pad damage, but that's why I wanted to stop doing what I was doing there. I mean, thankfully it should be hooked up on the top and the bottom, so I think that's also the ground side. Oh, I did it again. God dang it, Justin. I really gotta get a better spot for this solder sucker to get emptied into. I need a trash can. Trash can's what I really need. Okay, this guy's kind of being a pain here. if I can get that one side out, then I'm just going to do the single leg trick here, and no, and it's still soldered in there, huh? Is that a solder? See, god dang it, this is why. Fuck. That's why I hate using a solder sucker. Look at that. Son of a bitch. Alright, let's just see if I can maybe break this leg free. It did not clean off. Alright. No, you were just legitimately stuck. Good news is that pad's still all there. Still think you suck. So we do what we like to do. Go with the flux. Little flux. We'll hit it with some braid that might clear out some of the leaded stuff that's not wanting to come out. This side first here. Now, I saw a bunch of that kind of wick away. Are you free now? Still no. Why are you being a pain in my butt? Okay, I wonder if I can just do it from this side. Oh, shit. Please don't tell me I did what I just think I just did. Okay, I'm okay. I thought that pad came with it. Thankfully, I think it's ground anyhow. That was way harder than it should have been. I don't know what I even did with that damn thing. But I've got a compile. There it is right there. So in case, I just want to see what that is. No, that is definitely the internal via. Shit. Please be ground. Nope, of course not. Of course not. But thankfully, I think it's on the other side. And I do have solder over there. And that's going... I think I'm okay. I think I am okay. Yeah, I'm okay, but precariously okay. Thankfully, the trace is right here, so if I have to run a jumper, it's not a big deal. Yeah, man, I guess I should just use my solder. Man, that's probably what I should have done. First is just grab the pump, the automated pump. Pull off this guy real quick. All right, well that's very disappointing. So this is legitimately everything I was really afraid of happening is happening. So But thankfully next to the controller board, I think that is it for capacitors. Oh, we got lucky. That is for sure, we got lucky. We got lucky. Now, it does appear still have some solder in this hole. That's so lucky. When I put that lead in, I'm going to have to be extra freaking careful. Cleared that out completely. God dang, man. I'm just freaking happy it's not permanent. Thankfully all the stuff's relatively easy fixes too. But it's not something I wanted to have to do. Okay. Alright, well, I'm not gonna fuck with this, but I mean, if I have to expose some more of the trace right there, easy enough, huh? That should be enough to get the legs back on. Okay. Okay. So now, once again, trying to keep my area a little tidy here. All this epoxy is just everywhere. It's pretty annoying, but it is what it is. Alright, let's see if I can't suck up some of the solder over here. That's just not sitting on the mat. Once again, I'm just going to have to flood the mat with alcohol and clean it again. I should be cleaning it after every session, honestly. Should be cleaning it after every soldering session. Okay, so this is the final product with very, very minimal trace damage. None was preferred, but you know, sometimes you just can't win. And I think at this point we're just gonna go ahead and start repopulating. I'm gonna try the thin guy. I might have to do some swapperoos. Now I think for the audio section up here, I'm probably gonna puss out and just go do the deleted capacitors. We'll see. We'll see. Well, let's get back on the microscope now. I'm going to have to dip out here and load up a wiki. It's always fun when your soldering iron is smoking. Wait a minute. Weird. There it is. Okay, so let's get this loaded up now. We don't have any viewers, so this isn't going to matter anyway, but we're going to pop open here. This guy we don't need anymore because we're not doing links right now. So 5 wiki by console, Turbo Express, and the capacitor map. All right, so we are looking at CC504. Or is it 505? Oh, crap. Oh, wait. I gotta get the board oriented so it's the notches like that. 503, 504. Okay, so 504 is here. 505. Which I'm just gonna, I'm not gonna have to bother with that. Crap, did I not even have to pull? No, I did have to pull 702. Okay, thank God. Alright, so this is 504. So let's do that. Alright, so now, okay, so 504 is a 100 microfarad, 6 volt. Now I gotta grab our handy dandy bag of capacitors here. I hate when they just give you these loose caps, man. I hate that crap. Alright, so what are the big boys looking like? So that I know is going to be the 702, and you are I'm guessing that's 10 microfarad. You are a 100. 504 is 100, so I'm assuming that's what you are. But we'll take a look, because I don't think this would make sense going for that. So, what are you? You are 33. Yeah, that's 101 and 102. And I think all these tiny ones are probably all the audio circuit ones. So, we're gonna just, for now, just keep all of these in the bag, because I don't see, like, what are you? So you're a 16 volt 10, and I need 106. So I mean, 116 is fine, because when you're placing capacitors, as long as the voltage is rated at or above what it's supposed to be, that's a 4700. These two are... Oh, I guess they don't have a surface mount for that. And just so I don't lose any of you idiots. 22, yeah. These have to all be audio stuff. That's another 4.7, okay. I really don't know what these ceramics are for. I'll have to look at the kit, but those might be optional. Jail bar caps, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, so this is 116. Always sucks getting the first bit of tape off the reel here. Here we go. I generally do believe the positive is the right. Shit. Well, I think that's right. I'm pretty sure they usually mark. Okay, so basically, should also kind of tell me what the heck those. Yep, there's a jail bar fix. I wonder, I've got to be right about this. I'm just so nervous that I don't want to take like any chances, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, but it doesn't tell me if the black block. That's got to be it, man. convinced of it, but here's a handy image. Yeah, yeah. Black's marked. Negative is black. Just had to be sure about that. Had to be sure about that. So we got this going right. So I think what we're gonna do is, all right. Black is negative. That's good. Now, probably. Maybe a left-hand side of this one. Well, I'll just tin the pad and slide this on. It's about as far as I need to go, really, like right there. All right, so let's do that. Let's just tin the pad. Let's see if this tiny tip is capable here. We might need to switch up to something bigger. My microscope just died on me. Nope, that worked just fine. Okay, so now is the fun part. So we got the positive on the left, and then so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna wet the pad. I actually had that better the first time. Okay. And then get the other side. Bingo. Works for me. Probably come in here and just touch this left side up just a little bit. I don't want to really melt the plastic or anything, not that matters, but there we go. Might even be able to just should be good there. All right, just wanted to make sure we had good contact. There's a little bit of lift, but as long as I'm soldered on good here. Okay. Looks good. So that was 504, and now this should be 505. Now this one is the one that they were warning me about. Okay. So 505 is 100 microfarad, 6 volt, which I think is the big, yeah. So that's the one this thing has got to lay left and as flat as possible. And I think that is, or wait, 505 is 100 microfarad 6 volt, which is what I just did. So never mind, I'm an idiot. Yeah, so we're just going to go ahead and do it. So remember, we're going to do same thing on this side. Start with the positive, and then finish with the negative. Okay. It's kind of interesting trying to solder left-handed because I'm definitely a right-handed guy. Now, I wonder if my curved tweezers are a better choice for this. Alrighty, that's one side. As far as I'm going to get it, I think. And then we'll just go ahead and go for a solder to the tip here. Let's get things all cutted up. Maybe just squeeze out a little bit of some flux just to kind of help this flow down a little bit better. Much better. Okay. I'm much happier with that. Other side looks good. So we're just going to come in, give things a slight cleaning just to clear up some of this flux. Being as gentle as I can. Perfect. Solid. She on there good. Okay, so next up, let's do, I think that is in the middle of the board. I don't know what happened to the top for that, so I'll just put that off to the side for now. Anyway, 703. Ooh, did I not clean that off properly? Well, I don't have a tip on it for it now, so I hope that's... We'll just throw a little bit of leaded in that. We'll do the negative side first in this one. This one, it doesn't really matter which one I do, but I think as long as we've got some good. Alright, so 703 is another 100 microfarad 6 volt. Just like that. Alright, now let's grab tweezers here. Alright, now take a look at the other side here. And I think the same thing, you know, we're just gonna try to a little bit of flux. Doesn't need to be much, honestly. Perfect. Throw this screen bracket thing away. Don't need that anymore. Oh, I can actually see my chat. So if somebody does pop in here, I can say hi. See how flux makes everything so much easier? Okay, let's just kind of visually expecting things and getting lost in the sauce for just a moment there, but we should be good. Just basically knocking out all the low-hanging fruit right now. But that is CC703. Nice and solid. So I guess we'll move down to a trickier one here. I think that's 502. 502 is a 4750. Right? 502. With the notch this way. 502 will be at the top of the board. Yes, sir. Okay. So this is 502. And I think on this one we're going to start with the positive and then finish up on the negative. And so the 47, is that this guy? No, you're 33, and then you're not. You're like you're 116. And wait, please tell me I'm not fucking up here. Oh, thank God. Okay, we just have, there just must be a lot of 100 microfarad capacitors on the board. Okay, so I think that would be this guy. Could be the fatter one. Let's take a look. So is it this guy? You're 22. That means it's a tiny. If it's a 4.7, it's got to be tiny. That's a 10. That leaves. That's a pretty beefy pad. So is it this guy? Yeah, 4700. I mean, 100 volts is covering all my bases, so I shouldn't be too worried about that. But we are on 502, which is a 4750, and that's a 4700, so we're good on that. And now positive is on this side. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to, first of all, put these back in the bag so I don't lose them. Then I'll pull you off the board, the side here. Now, this one is going to be fun, but I think we'll be okay. I should. Let's put just a tiny bit more on that. All right, let's see if I can get a little bit more light just so I can see what I'm doing. Now we got the negative on the left here, so okay, 4700. Oof. I'm barely going to be able to do this, huh? Because I can't, fortunately, cannot get, I mean, she's soldered. Let's hope this works, because that's as close as I can get it. I might be able to get it slightly closer if I use my JLO 2-tip. Maybe. But I'm thinking I have just enough space here to yeah, no, there's a lot of cat hair in this shit. So let's pull that off real quick. I should have just enough space there to actually get a bead of solder going, and that's really all you need. That is the problem with the SMD electrolytics, is they're a little bit kind of tricky if you can't use hot air, which unfortunately we can't. Okay, now I don't know if that's actually working. So we're gonna flip the board. Maybe. I'm gonna try to get some more solder on the pad there. And if I have to melt the plastic a little, that's not a big deal. It's not ideal, but yeah, see, it's not making contact with the pad. So let's go ahead and maybe push down on the cap. I think that should do it. It's not the most perfect job, but we are solid now. Yeah, it's not perfect, but no wiggle. I could honestly use potentially just a tiny bit more solder, but I think we're good there. So I'm just gonna leave that be. And just the more work you do to stuff, the greater the likelihood you're gonna break something. So if you feel like it's okay, don't stress too hard on it. Just know that if it's not okay, chances are the worst thing that's gonna happen, as long as you didn't short anything else, it just won't work. And you can just come back in and touch that joint. It's not the great, but see, I can't I literally just can't get my soldering tip in and then have enough room to move the component in. So thankfully we started with that side first. Okay, so now we're on to the power boys here. And that's CC900 and CC500. Both 100 microfarads. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing. Now, positive to the south on this. So we're going to start up here. We're going to do a little bit of solder up here. I think I'm actually going to do that. Make it see a little bit better, maybe not. What about if I did this? Still the same. I think we'll be all right. So let's see if we can get this to work, guys. Kind of trying to angle it down a little bit now. Dang it, I can't, really legitimately can't see. That white balance off the absorb some of the reflection here, maybe. Yeah. Alright, so I'm kind of like trying to angle it into the pad and slide it so that it, and then I'm trying to touch all the way at the end here. Like that, okay. And that should leave plenty of pad over here to work with. That's soldered in good. Kill that. And all the we really have to do on this side is just flood it with solder, and we're good to go. All right. Now we're going to do the same thing, the same size capacitor. That's the last one out of that tray. I'll show you my trash pile. Now, negatives on the left in this one, and I don't think it's really going to matter, thankfully, on this one. It doesn't really matter which one I do first, so I think I'm going to do the left one first. It's got more components surrounding the left side, so it's probably going to be a little bit easier to do the slide method that way. But, you know, obviously whatever you feel most comfortable with. So let's get some solder on this pad. Okay. And grab our capacitor. Now, remember the negative side to the left here, right? Like a silk screen to tell you right there. Negative side to the left. Okay, so I think we're going to do some left-hand soldering on this. Same thing, just kind of a little bit angled down and heat from the back of the pad and push her on in. There we go. That leaves a good amount of pad on the right to work with. Now, if you remember, these guys were some massive capacitors, so that's probably why we have legitimately all this extra room. Alright. Because technology changes and we can do 100 microfarad capacitors in a much smaller spot. So now we're left with, ooh, did I completely, I did. Oh man. Okay, well, that means we have some work to do here. So we're gonna chop that off, and then, yeah, I totally did not clean these pads off, so, okay, well, in the interest of time, I'll use a proper tip for this job, because I don't want to ruin any more pads than I've already ruined. Same thing. Good, clean that way. And just to prevent any problem, just gonna trim and okay. So I know it's not the greatest view. Okay, and obviously, because this is still kind of gunky with electrolytic, give you a good old scrub here. Trying to be gentle and not knock into the work I just did. You know, the one saving grace about the cartridge slot being on a daughter card type thing is at least you don't have to worry about breaking the cartridge slot reader. Let's get this dried off real fast. Normally we weren't worrying too much about it because it naturally dried off, but now it kind of a good surface to work from. So I think I'm going to start with the right pad, which is the positive side. Alright, so 501 is a 4735. And I'm guessing I have another 47 in here. This is probably the 10, right? No, the 22. That's 22. You are 22. Wait, really? Was it just a smaller? $22.10, and this is a 22 what? Ooh, 35. So I'm gonna have to be careful when it comes to those guys, huh? Shit, I hope I didn't screw up already. Alright, and you, I think, are a 4.7. No, you're a 10. Okay, that means that this last little tiny guy in here should be a 4.7. Bingo. Alright, so let's put these back in their bag so I don't lose them. I tend to kind of magnetize surface mount stuff. Alright, so that's nice and dry now. We're going to tin up this negative or positive side, I should say. Ooh, actually, I'm going to go back to the tip that I've been using. Okay. This tip is working surprisingly well. I want to kind of clean it off a little bit, but alright, so that needs a little bit of, just a little bit of love here. Not much, but it got a little dry there. So let's wet that back down with some fresh flux, and that should kind of, or maybe it's fine, and I'm being anal. Okay, so we got the black stripe going to the left on this one. Have the wrong tweezers in hand. So black stripe to the left. Do this and that. Okay. And then just grab it. Oh. Tiny guy, honestly. Get a little bit of counterbalance here just so I can have something. Oh, no, come on now. Be nice. Cooperate. Yeah, same thing. Just kind of slightly angled down into the pad, wet it, and slide it in. So I'm running into a little bit of a problem with that. I think that's a diode. All right. Now, okay, you are right there. Right? No, you're right there. That's what I need. Okay. Might even actually go for the flux on this tube, but for now. Alright, it's fine. 100%. Okay, good deal. So I'm going to clean this and then take a 30-second break real fast. Alright, looking good though, looking good. I mean, we've made some really good progress. The SMD caps are proving to be way less of a headache than I imagined them to be. So, purchasing the leaded cap, although proving beneficial now that I've torn up all those frickin' pads, was kind of a waste of money. Not much of a waste of money, just about $10. Nature does not like me holding on to coffee. Okay, so I think that kind of just leaves the big boy section. And I think that's where we're at, right here. So, question really remains is, do I want to do the leaded capacitors here? I'm thinking I kind of do. The other thing is that I don't think that's going to matter. Should be good there. Yeah, especially because I screwed up. I'm thinking I could probably get away with a mixture and just solder the leaded ones on that have the rip pads. Could also just restore the pad. It's really not that hard. I don't know. I'm like going back and forth here on what I want to do. I think I am just gonna do the. I think I'm gonna go and install the leaded capacitors. Kind of breaks my heart that I have to do this. I won't lie. And the only reason I say that is because I ruined those pads and things were going so well until I got to that section. So alright, so basically I think that's CC100 and 103. 100 and 103 are both 100 microfarads, 16 volts. Just have to figure out in this gigantic pack of crap which one those are. Which, judging from the size of things, I think I could see them, but imagine it's these guys. Alright, let's take a look here, huh? Okay. What? 100 microfarads, 16 volts. Okay. We have a winner, folks. So with the with the leaded capacitors, the long side is the positive and the short side is the negative. And I am trying to bend the legs as close to the plastic as I possibly can so they won't sit up very far. And then what we're going to do, see, like we'll trim, right? So obviously the left hand side's the positive on this one. Now there's also a marking on the actual cap as well, so we know that. We know. So basically we're going to just trim off. I don't want to go too much here. I think we'll start with that. And then, same thing on this side. I want to leave me as much wire as possible. And if I have to trim more, I trim more, but it's pretty hard to add it back. Not impossible, but harder. Alright, so that's going to look like that. Now, I think that negative side's going to have to probably... I think they're both probably going to need a couple... See, now that is an issue. So if I do it like that, that should be okay. So I kind of want to... Makes me wonder if... Now the shitty thing about that is now I don't know where that leg went. So let's just make sure it's not trapped on the board. I'm hoping it just flung off into Narnia. That's where I want it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to solder the left-hand side first. Then we're going to get this put into place, and then I'm going to do the other one, and then we'll solder them hopefully both at the same time. Now, crappy thing here. I mean, I guess I could it, and I can always go back to using I might have to trim just a tiny bit more off that, just to make it a little bit easier to deal with. So, this is just a little awkward because trying to grab a round. I guess I got better tweezers if I need them for this job. Alright, so basically, that's where we need to be. Right there. So I could probably just trim just a frog's hair off this. Like that. That should make my life a little bit easier. It's okay if the left side goes over a little bit, just because there's nothing for it to really interfere with. I think something like that should be good. And then we can move it up top just a little bit, and hopefully they'll leave enough room on that pad for the other one. Okay, so now I'm also going to take the positive leg of this, and I'm going to dip it in a little bit of flux here. That way, hopefully, the bond will be a little quicker. Ow. Man, I can't tell you how many times I've stabbed myself with these freaking tweezers. Alright, so essentially, that's where we kind of want to be. Now, literally the same thing. We're just going to grab the capacitor, come in here, wet things down. Perfect. I just want to check to see how that should not interfere with anything, but actually I need to, that needs to get, alright, hopefully I can do this with my finger here. If not, grab it with tweezers. Perfect. Okay, perfect. It was like barely soldered on there, I noticed. See now how that wire goes through that fillet like that. And that's okay that we've got a little bit poking out on the other side. Not too concerned about that. And then basically what we're going to do is we're going to just kind of manipulate that light up a little bit to give room for the other one. Now, 103, I think we also said, was 100 microfarad 6 volt. So, same guy. And we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to leave way more room on the negative side, because the negative side needs to extend out just like this. So we're basically, I think I got this right. So you kind of just need it to go like that. Now that is a problem. How am I going to get my iron in there? Didn't really think of that, did I? That is a problem. So I solder that positive side first. Am I going to have enough room to get in there with my iron? I think I will. If I cut that right at that bend there, it'll give me enough room to keep bending. I actually have a spare one of these, sort of, in a sense. So the thought here, now this guy is going to get way trimmed down. We'll leave a little extra just to work with, just in case. Don't want to completely ruin it. I think I've got, it's a pretty common sized capacitor, so I might have a couple extra spares, but alright, so basically we're trying to get you, now that's the other issue that we're having too, is that damn plastic son of a bitch. It's gonna be a pain in my butt, aren't you? So now this guy needs to be bent down into here. I'm wondering if maybe if I bend this more horizontal, just like so. Cut off from that curve. And that would make the cat. Okay, so the issue that we're going to have is that it just there's the positive side, right? Well, this seems a hell of a lot easier in my head here. And that is not going to work either. This needs to get trimmed down some. Still might need to trim that negative side as well. That's looking better. It's kind of bleeding over into the... But if I do it like... Maybe I should have soldered this one first, huh? I think it would have been the same problem either way, but if folks. This is why you don't damage pads in the first place. So you don't have to monkey around with this crap. I'm going to try maybe just lifting that up a little bit. Might give me some more room. Oh, come on. It's such a pain in the butt working with round things. It's kind of why the surface mount caps are so much nicer, is because they've got that square body to them. So if I do this, let's see, I can't. The other problem is I've got this capacitor to worry about as well. I think that's as good as I'm going to get it right there. But to be just 100% brutally honest. And so we're gonna go with it. And if I have to redo it, I have to redo it. But let's hope we get it first try. Okay, so now we've got that. And we're going to take our cap. And I'm going to just flux the leg up a little bit. Okay. I mean, the kind of cool thing about all of these is that they are a little bit easier to manipulate versus the SMD stuff. So I kind of have to wang some stuff around later. I can. Okay, now we're gonna grab. Come on. Just try to spin it like so. No, you don't want to work. I might go grab that pair of flat tweezers, to be quite honest. Let's see here. The problem that I'm having is just that there's so much plastic. It's hard to manipulate these things and get a good hold on it too. Like, round things are very difficult to grip. No, my lovely flux is gone, but that's okay. We can just re-add more. Do I? Part of me just wants to solder it like that and kind of just move it up out the way, but I think that's going to cause problems with the other capacitor. That seems to be good, but then you look at it and it's not good. So maybe we just move this up a smidge. I think that's it. Fuck, if I could just, come on, just stay right there. Right there. All right. Oh, Lord, that was a pain in the ass. Here's my Pokey Jammy. All right, there you are. Oh, load. Now, the question remains, how am I going to get a soldering iron in there? How? Come on, Flux, just get on down in there. Goop. Oh, nope, you did not want to stay on the board? Come on. Just go down. Just need Flux to be somewhere down there. Okay. We'll have to flood with alcohol and clean it out. Can I see better this way? I cannot. God, I really need to get some sort of anti-glare because this is just, ugh, such a nightmare. Okay, so let's take a look at this. We need to formulate a really good plan of attack here. And I think we said that coming in this way. Okay, so that kind of got the party started. I might have tapped that plastic a little bit. If I melt the plastic a little, it's not a huge deal, but I really want to avoid completely malforming it. And thankfully, I think that's the DC power jack, which is yeah, it's not really cooperating with me here. Let's see if I can maybe convince it here. Flood it with some good solder. There we go. Yeah. Suffered a little bit, but you know, sometimes you gotta sacrifice just a tiny bit to make this work. But we can see, sort of see, let's do it this way. Okay. It's kind of hard to see because of the flux. And of course, the flux is shiny, but if I was a betting man, those look good to me. Now, the question remains, I think I can keep doing the surface mount. So what is that? CC102 and then CC101. Both 33 microfarads, which were these guys right here? Yes. Let's try it. If I have to switch to the leaded or leaded, I keep saying leaded. Radial, I think, is the proper term. Console file says leaded, but I'm pretty sure radial is what the real term would be. Just drop that guy in there just so I don't lose you. And then I think, yeah, we will do we'll do the negative side first on this one. Negative side facing right. Alright, boys, pray for me here. Same thing, we're just gonna kind of want angle it down slightly as you push in so that things lie flat. Good enough for government work. Good enough for government work. Not perfect, not the worst. I will take it. I will honestly take it. This is the most cramped area of the board. So just take your time. Sweat bullets like I'm sweating bullets right now. I'm sweating bullets this entire time because, you know, normally when I work on stuff, it's just, I mean, things are expensive in a sense, but like, to be quite honest, you know, if I blow up a freaking $100 device compared to a $400 device, you know, like that's what we're working with here. It's just that this guy is. Uh-oh. Did I not get that? I think I did. Let's take a look from this side. Should be good. Yeah. I think so. Could have got that woman into a better position. Maybe. Yep, you're fine. So now the question remains. I think this one we're going to go with the opposite. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to do the negative side first here. And then I'll flip the board. That. Flip the board. And that's you. And then I think negative side's on the right, we were saying. Oh, let's get you in frame. Okay, let's get this crap out the way. Sure. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so this is going to be sort of tricky. Not really, but sort of tricky. Just got to be careful of that RAM IC. I think that's a RAM IC. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Cool. I'm actually quite happy with that. And then all right. I think that guy's soldered on there. Now we have CC104. And it's 100 microfarad. I feel like I am missing capacitors. Oh, there's several that I haven't put on yet. Oof. Well, I tackled the hard section while I left some easy ones. I'm guessing the rest of them are all going to be just 100 microfarads. I think I still have a couple of tiny ones. I'm like nervous about this. It's like, do I use a radial on this, or do I try? Do I absolutely try here? And I could make my life a little easier. It's the other way around, first of all. I'm thinking maybe I could just... I might be able to make this work, to be quite honest. I really might. If I can get a good blob of solder up on that, like, it's a little tight, but I think I could make it work. Like, that's, yeah, I think I could make this work. We're going to try it. I mean, push comes to shove, if I have to, I'll just, I'll pull it off and just put the radio on, but I think we could make this work. Because I really was hoping the whole build would be surface mount, but when you rip off pads, that makes that a little difficult. Not impossible. I could just, I could run bodge wires and stuff too. Ooh, that beat it up great. Okay, so got that there. Okay, I have the technology. I don't even think I'm maybe just a tiny little bit right here. Maybe not just flux. I don't even think I melted that. Okay, so now I'll flip the board around. And there you are. And even more flux. I think we're going to be able to do this. My crazy idea worked. I think so. Now, we should be good here. It's a little wobbly. I think I have. So, see that test point right below those resistors? Alright, so let's see here. If I touch this guy. Huh, I don't know where this goes off to. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. See? I mean, I'm gonna clean and blow this off with some air, but still, fuck me, dude. Alright, so let's hope we can kind of clean this here. Again, it's non-corrosive flux, so it's not a huge deal. I just like to get it up as much as I can. I'll go in here maybe with some Q-tips or whatever, but I like my boards to be as flux-free as possible. When you do eventually have to work on them again, it'll be less that you have to deal with. And flux always tends to be like thermal paste, and it gets everywhere when you don't want it to. And then your hands get all sticky, and cat hair starts sticking to everything. And alright, so I'm being real careful there, but I think honestly that's probably as good as we're going to get it. Let's swoop through here real quick with as much as I can get a cotton swab into places without causing too much stress. Yeah, that's good enough. I mean, if there's going to be a little flux in the board, whatever. It's too bad I don't have an ultrasonic cleaner. I just put it through that, but yeah, you can see like that's going to be a little bit of leftover flux right there, but I'm honestly good with that. Look at that. Oh, so nice. So nice. So we only had to use 2. And then the rest were all big boy SMDs. Now, no. What's that? That's just the... Okay, so 506. That's not 506. That is 503? 503 is a 22 microfarad, which I think we said was in here. These small ones. It's 10. It's probably not going to be this one either. Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright. I'm going to double check here, but that's by the notch. I'm pretty sure I'm right. But last thing I really need to do is fuck all this up. So 502, yeah, or 503, right by the notch. 22 microfarad. 503. Bingo, bango, bongo. Let's just get it going here. So we've got negative to the top, and I think I'm going to do it that way. We're going to slide in. Yeah, we'll just do it this way because I can solder right-handed that way. So positive at the bottom. It's a little much, but no flux in that either. That's just dab that up a little bit here. Re-wet it. Get some good flux in there. Does make things flow easier. See how it got nice and shiny and more pillow-like. Okay, so negative at the top, positive at the bottom. Yep. Alright, yeah, same thing. I'm just gonna kind of angle it down and nope, losing control here. I'm gonna grab the tweezers the other way. It's a little bit easier when they're pointed down. Alright, that should have plenty of room on that. Same thing, we'll flip you around. And then a little bit of flux. And our lines. Do. Alright, don't need much. That's, in fact, way more than you need. But, bigger the glob, better the job. Perfect. Alright, so now, up here, 700. It's 100 microfarad. I think we're going to do the positive side. And that way, you are 100 microfarad. Okay, bang, bong, boom. Yikes. Let's get that back in the line here. Come on. Alright. Whatever. Good enough. I just don't want to keep monkeying with things here. Same thing, we're just going to add a little bit of flux on this side. Just to kind of help things flow a little bit better. And there we are. Okay, that's done. It's a little off the board, but might actually be able to fix that now somewhat. Not a huge deal. Maybe should have went the other way around. Okay, so now I think we're left with got 704, which is a 10 microfarad. Well, that's neat. So I think that's this guy, or is this a 22? Here's a 10. Okay, you're a 10. I have some left over, and I'm just wondering if he gave me extra or if I fucked up. Well, regardless, we're gonna get this guy done. Okay, that's 704, still a 10 microfarad. I wonder if I did actually get extra, but I don't know. Honestly. Okay. I don't know why I muck with things when they're pretty much perfect to begin with, but that's fine. That'll work. Done. Don't like that on that plus sign right there. All right, man. Okay. Perfect. All right. So now let's just give a quick queen. This whole area. Are you awake, cat? You seem like you're awake. Lots of scrubbing, I know. It's just really not interesting to watch, but just trying to keep my workspace nice and clean here. Alright, so now the search continues. Do I have any more non-populated pads that I'm missing? Oh, yep, there's one right there I missed. Okay, so 901 is a 22 microfarad, which I think was one of these small guys. And maybe I just got a couple extra of the hundreds, which is odd because it usually doesn't give you any extras, so I'll double look, but Alright, so we're gonna take a look right here. So 901, huh? I think I'm probably gonna do the positive side first. And that should make my life a little easier. Not too many sensitive things over here, but it's still a little tiny bit cramped. Clean that tip off real fast. Okay. And that's the positive side, so plop. And then do we, oh man, I guess maybe I can do this left-handed, huh? Well, that's gonna be kind of a pain. Maybe I do it this way. And that way I could still kind of manipulate this left-handed. Boy, that metal shielding is not making this easy. Maybe we do it like this. Yeah, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Okay. So I can actually grab this without obstruction. You know what? Just in the interest of not wanting to ruin anything, I'm just going to leave that be because I have enough surface area to solder on. And we should form a good connection, so that's all I need, honestly. As long as both sides are soldered and it's not going to pop on off, that is a win. We are good now. No major wiggle. So, okay. Still have 200 microfarad capacitors in the bucket. I know I've got the radial I've got to do, and I still have the one to do in the controller board. Okay, so let's just take a look around the board. Because I'm honestly not seeing anything. Two, three, we got that one. Okay, I don't think there's anything I gotta replace on this side. No. So what is that? These are the 100 microfarads, right? Yeah, so 100 microfarads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shit, I can't. I gotta do this with a mouse because I'm losing track. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And he gave me, well, I don't know how many he gave me now. Because I don't have it. Is this? No, that's important though. Shit. I have to just throw that away. Throw that away. Crap. Well, I guess we'll just go through them one by one and verify. Because I think I actually just tossed the... Shit. Well, let's just verify, I guess. Alright, so CC100. CC100. Oh, that's right. I'm an idiot. Okay, I'm just a dumbass. I've got 2 spares because we used the 2 the 2 leaded up here are my other 100. So that leaves me with 2 spares. Okay. Woo! Makes me feel better. So now we've got to do... So this is the one that we've got to be really gentle with. Now, of course, the side that I broke is the one side. So essentially, when I put this through, I've got to be really careful. The only reason I've got to be really careful is that trace is, so it needs to come up just a bit and then lie flat like that. All right. Now, I got lucky here. I mean, we could have repaired this regardless, but we got lucky and the trace stayed mostly intact. That should do that. We're going to clip this. Well, that scared me. There was a piece of something on the flush cuts. Okay, so I think that should be good. A little one settled down by my feet, which is kind of cute. Yeah, so we're just being gentle here. Just want to just inspect my work without ripping anything, but I think we're good. I think we're okay. That was 702. 702, which I just, fuck, I did this. I'm an idiot. I hope to God that's what it was supposed to be, but we'll figure that out now, I guess. 702 was a 470 microfarad. Okay, neat. Let's hope that's it, because... I'm actually not sure where that goes. No, I'm looking at this. Turn all the lights off. I might actually be able to see. Oh, I think we figured out I went to one of those vias, right? I went to that via. I think. So, oh shit. I think it was, we figured out it was this via right here. Alright, and then just to ensure. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Solid. Solid as a rock. Okay. That's as flat as that's going to get. And let's take a look and just verify that we're hopefully not dumb. But I'm seeing right now it's a 470, yeah. So that is a 470 microfarad. Bam. Perfect. So I think the main board is now done. Okay, so let's see here now. Controller board. The controller board here. Also had some work to be done on it. Very minor work, but work nonetheless. So let's set the main board, excuse me, aside for now. And assuming that I could just unplug the speaker here. Three screws holding this in. One. Two. Three. Okay, she's free now. Yeah, just your normal dust. Wow, the turbo switches are quite literally. Oh wow, that is gross looking. The turbo switches are actually mechanical. Well, but everything's mechanical. That's a dumb statement. Rather than being like a three-position switch, it uses these little pieces of metal on the right on the PCB, which is kind of crappy, kind of cool. But the reason it's crappy is that, unfortunately, they wear out over time, and since these look to be graphite, I'm not sure you could repair it. All right, so this capacitor right here This capacitor right here. Looking pretty gross, huh? Pretty gross. So let's go ahead. Use a better tip for this. Just a tip. Okay. Let me just go ahead and we're just gonna oh yeah, this thing's dead. Holy crap, that's bad. So this is gonna be an interesting pull. First off, let me see how much I can clean off. Because that's gonna make the wetting process a little bit crappier. I might just go in there and basically braid it, add more, braid it, add more, and then use a solder sucker. Actually, you know what? I'm going to heat up the automated station for this one because I learned my lesson. And I really don't want to have to do trace repair on this board, even though out of everything, it's probably the easiest one to do trace repair on. I could literally just freaking stick the legs through and solder them straight to the trace rather than the via, but once again, we're going to just flood and drain. Alright, so now there's still some grossness in there, but I just bridged that. I mean, not that it's a huge deal, but let's kind of clean some of this up. Well, that desoldering station takes the 4 years it takes to heat up. Okay, got that clear. Alright, so I keep forgetting I'm in seizure mode. So let's get out of seizure mode and see about maybe just wicking as much of this away as I can. I might actually just be able to do this all with wick, which would be ideal. Looks to be the case. I should have probably done that with the other one, huh? Perfect. Alright, so that's what the other side of the board looks like. You could see where the fluid kind of leaked out there. So let's just clean both sides. Yeah, there's I don't know, maybe that's just kind of goo. Looked like there's some minor pad corrosion there, but they're okay for the amount of fluid that did actually leak out. Okay, so they're labeled the positive on that side. Since there's no way for me to use solder braid, I'm going to just kind of clean this off with some paper towel. Same thing with this, just whatever, just do that. Okay. And that's my last radial in the bag. Now, I'll do the jail bar fix when I do the screen install. I'll have to look that one up. And I think that's probably going to be a problem with the new LCD because it's got a bigger field of view. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. It's not necessary today. today's focus was mainly just getting these to work again. My whole hope was just to do a recap. And look at that. By the time the automated station heated up, I've literally done the job by hand. So off you go. I will not be needing you, sir. Okay, and okay. Get those up. I'm going to flush cut them off the board. Bingo, bango, bongo. That concludes everything. Okay, so thankfully that's all that's needed for that. There's only one capacitor on this board, and she was dead. Ribbon cables. It's okay. It's looking a little worse for wear, but should be fine. So now, where did this go? Okay, so you're here. Now, I do like there's a sunshade on these, so it kind of makes this nice that you can lie it flat and not have to worry about the buttons popping out. Or, I lied, you do. So let's just get that, so keep that in place. And you gotta drop it around like this. And 3 screws back into place. Once again, I just basically finger tight as soon as these feel like they have nowhere else to go. I stop. There's no reason to over tighten anything in the plastic. Just needed to hold things in place essentially. Metal screw posts are a little different. You can go a little harder on them, but probably not good to over tighten stuff. Anyway, I'm rambling. So this only goes in one way. It should only go in one way. Yeah. Okay. There's a speaker connection. Now, I'm not going to attach the... I'm not going to reattach the metal shielding today. I'm going to wait, just in case. I'm going to wait. Now, that should be for these guys. Okay, this... I'll have to figure this loop out. I kind of want to hold on to that lanyard. Okay, so this is the power. We can just kind of loop you around. Now you're the cartridge slot, so you should go like this. But you guys can't even see what I'm doing here. Let's get you back in the focus here. Alright, so we're getting the cartridge slot reader put back into place. And that has heavily indexed post, it looks like. Maybe? No? Yeah, that should be the way it goes, like just like that. Try not to catch the... Dude, this power guy is gonna drive me nuts here in a second. Okay, so is that lined up? Doesn't feel like it is. Okay, yeah, we're good. Probably should have taken these out beforehand. No problem. Yeah, you know, the one thing that the RF shielding would do. Okay, so do I only have the 3? Yeah, there's 3. Wait, what? There's only 3. That goes to the Mobo. I'm missing a screw, or is it just... There should be 4. So I lost a screw. That's cool. Well, that's neat. I'll find it. It's got to be around here somewhere. I mean, they're just normal Phillips heads anyway, so I'm sure I can get a replacement for it, but that drives me nuts. Alright, I need to use a bigger, just a slightly bigger bit here. Yeah, I'm missing a screw, but that's fine. I'll find it. It's got to be around here somewhere. Probably stuck to the screwdriver and shot off. Dang it. Don't know how I didn't catch that before. I usually pretty hyper focused on that crap. Okay, so now I don't want to lose this screw. Now we've got that to go like that. Okay, where the line isn't drops up. This is, it all assembles so well, and there's only one screw that holds in the whole motherboard. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. I get the outer case screws do go through and through the through holes in the motherboard, so, but there's only one internal screw, which is honestly, dealing with Sony and Nintendo's shit, quite welcome. Okay, so this is the, I want to leave this flopping around even though I don't really need it right now. It's the DIN output, and I'm not so sure I did that right, so we're gonna pull that apart one time. I'm going to reorganize so that cable is not doing that, I think. I would prefer it not to be like that, but I don't think I have a choice, actually, now that I think about it. I don't remember it looking like that, however, no, that is how it's meant to go. Yeah, there's no way there's no way I'm getting that to slide underneath the board, so we're just going to leave that like that. I think we'll have plenty of room either side, so it shouldn't get caught on anything. Okay, screw you back down, and we'll plug you back in. Okay, and then you peel back up again. Get this. All these plugs only go one way. Okay. There we go. Everything's back, looking good. Now, okay, so this is the screen flex. And then this is the button flex, which I'm assuming goes like, I hope it goes like this. If I'm wrong, I just have to reattach it, so I won't do anything with just buttons, but yeah, I just don't know if I like friction fits more or not. Okay. So, the real question is... Oh, now, I also need... power button. How this fits in, I don't really know. Assuming it only can fit one way, so I'll just do it like that. Yes, sir. Wow, that went in real easy too. Alright, so looking good there. So now we're going to take our one hue card, which is Bonk's Adventure, which I think if you're going to own any Turbo 16, Graphics 16 game, I think Bonk is the one to go with, because he was like their Sega or Mario, however you want to put it. Alright. I'm prepared for disappointment, because to be quite honest with you, my track record lately has been very low. Very, very low. So I don't know I hold out much hope for this. Alright, we're going to hold the batteries in place and turn off the light real quick. Alright guys, pray for me please. Now we're getting nothing. No power. Did I screw up the batteries? Well, that's not good. Well, we made it worse. Which is exactly what I was afraid of. Okay, well, she ain't working at all now.
Hey.
So let's just go ahead and double check everything. Make sure we've got... What do we have? Volts DC wise. Let's make sure we get power coming in first. Yeah, so we've got 9 volts. Oh, wait, am I missing a... I am missing something here. Yes, sir. Well, we missed one very important thing, and that would be the actual power to the screen. Okay, so attempt number 2 here. Still don't think we got it though. I still think something's wrong. Well, we're in the same scenario. Black screen, no audio. Okay. Okay. So we might have a completely just fucked unit on our hand here. Oh, that's so disappointing. This cost me so much fucking money. I mean, we had a good experience putting it back together, but holy shit, I was really kind of a... let me try something else. Maybe it's the card? So, along with the original software, I bought an EverDrive as well. I might have been a little ambitious buying that, but... Okay. Same deal. Black screen. No audio. Brightness control doesn't seem to do anything. I mean, I'm not getting anything. So this is going to be a long project, huh? Alright, last thing we can try. I'll try the EverDrive. Just in case, for some odd reason, both those pieces of software are broken. Let's see if we can get to a menu with this thing. I doubt it. I had a really strong sneaking suspicion that this was going to happen, but let's see what happens here. Nope. Literally the same thing. Okay, that's kind of what I was expecting to happen. Won't even lie. It's kind of par for the course for me for how things have been going lately. It's a little disappointing because I really was hoping for good success here, but does not look like that's going to be the case for me today. I don't know how much farther I really want to take this. I've also lost. Here they are. Case screws, but so the software's fine. Now usually what happens in these scenarios is that I'm assuming it's probably going to be the processor. And the other problem that we're going to have is that that's just disappointing, man. Disappointing. Got plenty of I could try fresh batteries, but I don't really think that's going to be the issue. Could also just do 9 volts. I always get worried about that, though. And 8.4 volts tells me that it's not full, but should have everything they need. I'm assuming these batteries are all frickin' fine. I guess it could be slightly not enough power, but I doubt it, because just test some of these batteries real fast. 1.3, 1.3, 1.24, 1.4. I mean, I could try that, I guess. I I don't think it's going to be the batteries, but it might not have enough juice to turn on. I would think that it would just not turn on. Steal some batteries out of my Lynx now. They're currently sucking up all of my AA's. If we test all of these, probably going to see some usage because I was actually playing the damn thing, so I would imagine 1.5. Yeah, see, these are all fresh. I don't think, I have absolutely zero faith that the batteries are causing the problem here, because, I mean, aside from like the one that was a little weak, they were all pretty good. I don't see why a single weak battery would stop the whole system from working. I've been wrong before, but it doesn't make too much sense to me. As long as you have close to 9 volts, we should be good, which we really did. Okay. That should be really all I need for now. Just to prove or disprove if I get an image on the screen, then it was the batteries, but I'm going to be a negative Nancy here and say that was not the problem. It's not the problem. I love that freaking power switch design, though. That's super nice. I'm gonna grab Bonks here, put you in. Yeah, didn't think so. Didn't think so. Sweet. A $400 brick now. One of these days I'll get this to work, I'm sure. Man, I'm guessing though. I am just guessing that it's a problem with the processor. I don't see how it could be anything else, really. Let's pull the software out real quick. We'll do some basic visual inspection on the board real fast just to see if maybe anything pops out, but I'm guessing I have a dead CPU on my hands right now. That's my ultimate guess. Could test the Hue card reader as well. Just make sure that the I'd love to know where that last screw got to as well. It's got to be around here somewhere, that's my guess. Okay. There's some. It's just dust, though. That's just dust. Like, let's just lock these up before. I lose them. Okay. Out of the way. Tweezers. Microscope. Take a look at the card reader here. I mean, that looks all fine to me. Like, there's nothing in here that screams it's broken. All those joints look fine. Everything on there is soldered good. Ceramic capacitor on the board, but doubtful that has anything to do with it. I guess I could maybe. And the nice thing about this is that the power is kind of modular, so I can power the board from battery, like so. And then I'm going to grab my thermal camera. So we'll just push that out the way for a second here. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn it on. You know, I'm going to put a piece of software in there just in case it needs it. I don't think it does, but it might. Okay. Now, does anything heat up? Not to the point of concern. Something warm on the other side. Not too crazy hot. Right? Something warm there. I mean, 31 degrees Celsius is like nothing. So none of those chips are heating up. Ooh. There is something kind of warm on that other side, though. So let's flip the board. It's an inductor, or a MOSFET. I would imagine that's supposed to get pretty warm. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's really popping up is this MOSFET up top, but it, you know, shit, that's gonna get hot. I mean, everything on this side of the board is ice cold. Kind of hard to see through the sheet. That's my hand that you're seeing. And that's it. It's just that one little MOSFET right up here, which is not even really getting that hot. Like, I'm not really seeing anything crazy here. I mean, these two chips are getting slightly warm. This guy up here is nothing. This guy right here, nothing. And these two, 35 degrees Celsius. So, I mean, like, it's warm. Nothing crazy, though. Yeah, like, nothing that's really, like, jumping out at me here. I don't see where this could be going wrong. This might take me a good bit of research, to be quite honest. There is quite literally nothing on this board that is telling me I have a problem. So I mean, like, really, now the thing is I've got to go look for maybe traces that got corroded, or did I miss a capacitor? I mean, that's just power related, though. And I don't know shit about C6270, F13 and F11, and then F12. I mean, just looking around to see if maybe I can see, did I bridge something? Did I? That's all audio. That's a fuse, which I'm imagining if I've got power going through, that fuse is going to be fine. Or not? Wait a minute. Is that a fuse that's just dead? I'm super confused. That is a 1 amp fuse. How is power going through? And then the fuse is... Well, I mean, it's got to be getting power to the board, but that fuse, if that is a fuse... SOC 1 amp. Fuse 500, 1 amp. I should have continuity through this. Right? That fuse is dead. If this is actually a fuse, oh fuck, there we go. Why does this not want to work this way though? So like, it's fine when I'm on the pads. The moment I go up, it's not fine. I'm so effing confused on that. But yeah, I would imagine, unless that switch needs to be on for this to have continuity. I just probably wasn't touching it right. That might be like enameled up there. Okay, so the fuse is fine. As expected. So 1 amp fuse, I mean, freaking better be. Okay, I got all those installed correctly. Now here, that's looking good, that's looking good. That's looking fine. Looking okay. Looking okay right there. Could maybe use a little bit of solder on that one pad, but imagine it's pretty good. I doubt that has anything to do with anything. That looks fine. These all look okay. I mean, so it's either, you know, I mean, it's either just going to be a no fix or I've got something stupid I did that I'm missing. And I'm assuming that this capacitor here is probably for the contrast. I don't think anything in there looks bad. So like, sure if I measured the actual resistance here. Between, I think it's this one and this one. Alright, so it's 0.65 kilo ohms, and if I keep going all the way to that side, 19 ohms, and if I go all the way to the other side, 5 kilo ohms. So that seems like it's working. We'll say that the volume wheel is also fine. Looking around, make sure I didn't like bridge anything by mistake. But again, this is the exact same behavior we were getting, which made me super nervous because usually when capacitors are the actual issue, you're going to get game audio or whatever. But the fact that I wasn't getting any audio is not a good sign. And I know so little about this topology that it's going to take me probably a week of solid research just to understand what the fuck I'm looking at. God damn it. I'm just gonna have to keep digging, aren't I? I mean, we're obviously getting power. This is just that melting hole. This diode. I mean, that's gotta be like the main. I mean, it could be. I wonder if it's this thing that died. Problem is when you search Turbo Express black screen, all of the responses are just recap it. Well, you know, I think I might have tried that. Might have tried that. All right, one more. Just do a quick poke in here. Now, I really don't know if this is like this. I don't think it's gonna be like, but just in case, we're gonna load up a game. Okay. So now we've got all these test points. Put volts DC here. I'm just gonna see if maybe I could just see voltages around the chip. And we need to find a good ground, which don't really have one. And that might work. Alright, so that's 4 volts. Nothing. 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 4 volts. 4 volts. 4 volts. I mean, it's all this guy. Like, we're definitely getting power here. 2.25 volts. 4 volts. 4 volts. That whole chip's getting 4 volts, so I mean that seems like it's working. So you, 3.8 volts, 4 volts. We got voltages all over the board. There's 1.6. Okay, you are 2.8. 1.53. 1.53. I think it's just. I think it's gonna be one of these chips is just dead. C6260. I mean, I gotta look that up at some point. I don't know what it could be. I really don't know what this could be. And again, this solder blob right down here, right? That's not. Yeah, that's just grounding points, but I mean, just in case, though, maybe just clean it up. Doubt it's gonna do anything. I don't really expect it to, but. just a grounding hole. Or a mounting hole. There's nothing special about it. Not shorting to anything. Huh. So confused. Nothing is shorting out. I just think it's like nothing is shorting out. What the fuck could it be? Like, what are you getting? Are you getting proper voltages here? Yeah, 4.68 volts. You're fine. If I bring camera down a little bit here, yeah, that's VBAT. Now that's not giving me any voltage, but that just could be because I really can't get a proper. $17 volts, so that must be for the backlight. Now, if I pull you all the way down, do I still get the 17 volts? 17.25, yeah. Which is weird because usually the brightness wheel, unless that's the audio wheel that I'm turning up and down. $17. Turn it all the way down. What do I get? 17. So contrast doesn't seem to be affecting this or the brightness wheel, which is a little odd because you would expect the voltage to drop, but it might drop somewhere else. So we got 17 volts coming in there. $7 which I think is just VBAT, nothing. Millivolts, 7 volts, nothing. 7 volts, 7 volts. 24 volts. $17 volts. So is this one? $24 volts. doing anything. Power is fine. What about... There's just really no good test points on this, but I'm imagining that... No, those chips are getting particularly warm, to be quite honest, so... It does kind of make me want to go find a grounding post, but... See, now I'm not getting any readings. Something completely die? 8.54 volts. Come back down in here just to see, make sure I'm not screwing anything up. Tilt you to you and you to you. And we're getting millivolts. Dude, this is weird. Okay, so now I'm not getting any power. Should be getting 24 volts here. And now I'm getting nothing. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Did I have the switch in the wrong position, maybe? Okay, that is not a good sign. So I'm gonna come back up here. Okay. Well, shoot. I might have just fried this somehow. Because I'm not showing any voltages anymore. And I should be. 100% should be. Let's see here. Come back down. Let's just do a quick. Yeah, something finally popped, huh?
Hey.
Something finally popped. Well, shit. Now it is dead. Before it was slightly dead, now it is dead. Okay, well, we really fucked something up. Let's double check it to make sure. Unless I broke that switch somehow, which I guess is possible, but did I pop the fuse maybe? I couldn't be able to hurt it. I think a 1 amp fuse, it would be. It is. It's dead. Well, now the fuse is dead. Yeah, that fuse is 100% dead now. Cool. I'll have to figure out what that thing is. Might be resettable. The other issue is that is literally so I think I can see one side of it at the very least. So that would mean the other side's into this gray crap, which is amazing. I don't want to dig too hard right now, but I guess I could clean all this up. I thought that was just factory flux though. Like I didn't think this was really anything to worry about. Just looks like a lot of flux. That fuse is officially dead. And the other side of it's right in here. This is one side. So that would mean the other side's like right here almost, maybe? Just a little bit over. Don't really know what all this stuff is covering. I guess I could always put some Captain over it just in case, but I think there it is right there. It's gotta be it. No, that's a resistor. That's it. Okay, that's gotta be it. That's gotta be it though. I don't see how that could really be anything else but the fuse. Yep. Okay. This thing is just dead now. So I must have popped something somehow. Didn't even realize it. Yeah, that is definitely not a fuse anymore. So I'm gonna have to look this guy up and replace him. Hopefully it shouldn't be too hard. Just a 1 amp radial fuse, but well, I'm kind of stuck, unfortunately, and now the fact that I did finally actually legitimately pop this fuse because I'm an idiot. It must have caused a short somehow. Because this thing is now dead. That would be why. I think that's what happened. SOC 1 amp. Alright, well, there she blows, folks. I really don't think there's much else I can do here. I'm going to verify 100% that the system is definitely not functional anymore. This is kind of a fruitless test, but what's going to happen now is I'm not going to even see backlight. Okay. Alright, so basically what's going to happen is nothing. Power switch is here. As you can see, we have absolutely nothing going on. Okay, well, I mean, that's just the frickin' fuse, so that's not a huge deal, but it still doesn't solve my problem of no video, no audio. So I'm just gonna have to go do some research. And unfortunately, I'm just stuck. I am literally just stuck where I'm at right now because I can't go any further without knowing more about what I'm doing. And fortunately, I know very, very little about these things. So right now, my focus is going to be kind of figuring out someone who's got some good diagnostics, which I think is going to be a pretty tough ask because there's just not much info out on this system. Unfortunately, it is that uncommon. So, all right. Well, I've been literally live for 5.5 hours. We recapped it, and that's about as far as we got. So, I mean, kind of had a feeling that was going to happen, but it is what it is. We're just going to call it a day, and take our knocks, and pretty much understand that we most likely have a $300 dead PCB on our hands. So maybe, just maybe, I can get lucky and find something out there that will help me out. But I think really what's going on is I have either a dead CPU, which is most likely, maybe dead RAM, which would be kind of neat because I could probably find a replacement for that. So, alright guys, I'm just going to call it a day. I would like to go eat some dinner and relax and enjoy the rest of my night. Be back tomorrow for more disappointment. but hopefully we'll get some things working tomorrow. We tried today. It was kind of a long shot, to be quite honest, but what can you do but try? Anyways, hopefully I'll see you here tomorrow. I stream every Saturday and Sunday from around 11 noon Central Standard until 4 or 5 p.m. Saturdays I do mods. Sundays I do repairs. So tomorrow I'll be back. We'll be looking at some switches tomorrow again. Maybe that Xbox. Maybe back to this again. After do some research. Probably this. I think we're gonna probably stick with this. Although I got that Switch Lite I want to do a repair on. So anyway, I will see you hopefully here tomorrow. If not, have a great rest of your weekend, and hopefully I'll see you here next week.